Hey everybody, Invisiblekatana here. Welcome back to the stream, or welcome to the stream. Had a relaxing day, caught up on some food, got Lady Demetrisk. We'll see what side she decides to end up landing on here. Today, of course, we are playing Inside. I do believe I still technically have to capture the game itself. So let me set this up real quick, and we'll see what happens when I hit this button, if it decides to pop up or not. And it does. Magic, technology, things. So I have never played Inside, obviously, that's why we're playing now. And I like it already. Mostly because I'm pretty sure this is exactly how Limbo started off, which I haven't played in... That was a 360 game, so we'll go with that. I think that was about as old as... What was that game I played? I can't even remember the name of that game that I played. And the jump, I assume we got jump, and that's about it. Probably some crawling somewhere. I like the waving hand movements there. But I've wanted to play this for quite a while. I've had technically the ending spoiled for me, but not like in its entire context or anything. I thought he was backing up for a second. Like, oh crap. So I've technically had, like, I know the visual thing at the end of the game. I still don't really understand the context of everything that goes along with it, though. So I'm fairly excited to... Oh, we got the Court of Owls. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. This is so interesting. Tubes in the middle of the forest. But I really enjoyed Limbo. I'm pretty sure they did something else. And Indiana Jones. Like, I figured that, and then... Nope. Okay, there's not 3 dimensions. That's obvious. So do it. Hold up. Oh, there it is. There it is. I feel as though I probably would have ended up crushing myself, considering the type of games that they make. I love the visuals for this, though. So I've been looking forward to playing this one for quite a while. And we're gonna... The plan, at least... honestly, it's what? It's already 10. Yeah, I started super late. I started late last night too, but today I was just I was actually doing other stuff. Yesterday I was getting super pissed off thanks to stupid effing Google, because I had to share some pictures, and I get so annoyed. Nice. But yeah, Google is very annoying. Tried to send some pictures and it's like, ah man, too many pictures, gotta use, Google Drive. It's like, okay, cool. Yeah, so I know I told you you gotta use Google Drive, but hey, oh snap, swim and run now. I got it. You got nothing on me, dog. But use Google Drive, and then Google Drive is like, I'm just gonna go in slow motion. Like, literally just wouldn't move stuff. I like select a bunch of pictures to try to share. I click on the buttons, it just sits there, it does nothing. I reload. It's like it would do one solid thing. I'd have to reload the whole page and then just be able to do like one thing. And I was finally able to get it to just select all the effing pictures and then just share it. And thank goodness I was done, because that was driving me insane. I was like, I hate this so much. And apparently if you go through Yahoo and do that, they're like, hey, you want to connect through Google Drive? That's an old trick, an oldie but goodie. It's like, hey, you want to connect Yahoo to Google Drive? It's like, sure, that's easy. You can pick one picture at a time. Like, you go on there and to choose all the stuff through Google Drive, and it's like, Here's one picture at a time. I was like, I gotta send 200 effing pictures. I'm not about to do that crap. I don't know if I can sprint. I don't know if that's an option, but I guess we're about to do it. There's somebody. Yep, because I'm like, because somebody's in that car. Oh, I barely saw that. Oh, snap. He gone. All right. I wasn't expecting a gun, but that's very Limbo. It's like when the when they have like the very first effing the bear trap on the ground, and it's just like, oh. Oh dear. Oh snap. He technically had a gun. Oh, that stopped him, huh? Oh snap. Yeah. Oh, here come the dogs. The sound design is wild. Jump. Sound design is fantastic. Okay, well, let's go up. Sound design is good. The visuals are good. I'm really liking this already. Then a bunch of bullets just start flying through. Of the reflections in the water. The rain looks good. I always like these two, the way that they tell their stories through the visual narrative. I always enjoyed that. It's kind of like Little Nightmares. I think that's a really fun game. I watched some Let's Plays of the first two of that, actually. I didn't have interest in buying it, but it was in that wheelhouse. Like, there's different levels of everything, as far as, for me at least, when it comes to Let's Plays. It's like things I just don't care about. So sometimes when, you know, granted, I'm only subscribed to like three Let's Play channels anyway. So it's Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, and the Game Grumps, and that's really it. And honestly, I haven't watched any of them in quite some time. I recently watched, I think, Jack and Markiplier, because they did the prop hunt. What is that? Oh, they're just little chickies. And they sit still. They come to you when you're still. Okay, you can't actually do anything. Boop. All right, little chickies. If I walk slow, maybe? I doubt this is a thing, but... Good little trail of chickies, yeah! That's cool. Because if you run, you scare them off. Yep. Ah, that's so cool. Let's go, little chickies. Too fast. A little too fast. Okay. I assume this is just a very random achievement to get. Just have all the, you know, be a little den mother for a quick second. That's nice. This game has a lot of great opportunities for kind of just like getting virtual photography. It's definitely one of those types of games where I could get a lot of little random moments. That is very interesting. This is such a random thing to actually end up doing. Was it this one? One of these. Okay. Hold on, let me see if I can do this right. Now, looking at my screen, I guess we'll say that's a good picture because you guys can't see any of like my Xbox menu stuff that pops up. But oh, sorry, little chickies. But we'll say that was a decent picture. As we slowly stroll through, gathering all the little chickies, passing all the dead bulls and cows. I think it's a mixture of both in there. See what happens. I mean, I'm assuming I have to do that, but just to see. Okay. All right. Make sure they all come back, and then oh. I think I can open this door. Let's see what happens if I try to. Okay, it works. I would imagine. I like how loud that was. Follow me, my chickies. This, I can't believe this popped into my head. This reminds me of, oh God, what was that? Hello. Oh my goodness, Half-Life 2. I can't believe I couldn't think of that. It reminds me of the gnome achievement in Half-Life 2, which I did, and it was definitely one of the weirdest achievements that you could possibly work for in a video game. Okay, I'm gonna pump up power. I'm worried to run like at all, even though I can just regather them. I wasn't expecting him to pull it like that, and it actually kind of scared me a little bit. There we go. Like, it's a little hard to know. Oh. Oh. Okay. So I gotta get up there. Oh, no, okay, it's on the ground. Okay, never mind. Right. That wasn't actually doing anything, was it? Okay. I thought I chopped up some of my chicken. No, I know that chicken is not dead because the others came back and that one didn't. No. I thought I was doing good. I'm just using them. Ugh. Oh, that makes me feel like crap. Bye-bye, birdies. And I guess that also means I could have been running this whole time. I thought I was doing something special by walking slowly and having them with me. Assassin's Creed. Leap of faith. Oh, okay. But yeah, it's been a minute since I thought about that. But that walking with the chickens definitely reminded me of the gnome achievement in Half-Life 2. Which, for anyone who does not know what that is, you find this garden gnome really early in the game. What is that? That's gross. Like giant worms. But you get this garden gnome like early on in the game, and you literally have to carry the the garden gnome with you the entire game. Those worms are disgusting looking. You have to carry the gnome with you the whole game. And that game is big. Like, Half-Life 2 is... Oh, snap. Ugh. Oh. Dang. Oh, I love that they have different animations. Oh, I didn't like that, did you? Don't make me pull this worm out. Oh, pull a worm out the butthole. Granted, if you got a worm in the butthole, then... Come on, little piggy. Like, I'm your friend now. Like, you owe me this at the very least. Oh, yeah, taking that gnome. Taking that gnome was no joke. Oh. Ooh, okay, this I forgot about. Can you double? Ah, yo comprendo, yo comprendo. Ah, okay. Yes. Teamwork. Oh. Are we pulling maybe? Yeah, there we are. I love his movements and stuff. Oh. That's crazy. I forgot about that. I remember seeing that, but I definitely forgot about it. But it looks cool. There's some thriller. Boom, boom, All right. Yeah, taking that gnome was intense, and it's specifically, there's one portion, anyone who's done it will probably tell you the exact same thing. There's one part in Half-Life 2 where you're basically leaving the city, and that's when that challenge becomes a full-on challenge, because you end up doing almost like the world tour sort of situation of the game, because for a big chunk you're inside of the city, and that's kind of how it plays out. It's like, okay, you know, it's fairly linear, it's, you're going down these certain streets, you're good, and then you get to this one segment once you leave the city. It's like, oh hey, you can drive the countryside now, and that's what you're doing. And once you're doing that, let me tell you, it's not easy having a gnome in like the passenger seat of a car. And then you have shootouts, and you have to keep that gnome on you. And that game is long. It's like, you know, near 20 hours, I guess. Oh, okay. Oh, it doesn't go back. I thought it was gonna like go backwards. All right. So it's a decent sized game. I don't remember if it was like 20 hours or something, but it was long enough to have this one item where it's like, hey, especially because Half-Life is a very physics-based game. That's like one of the biggest things about it, is that you can technically do anything that is, you know, physically possible in the real world. You know, with the items around you at least. And when you get to that portion and you can have a bomb go off and it sends a gnome, this little gnome flying, it scares you, because you're in a decent chunk of that game and you're going solely based on save points. Like, of course, if you save the game, you know, then you're doing everything you can do. But I'll have to hold it. Okay. Oh, okay. Wait. Yes. Oh, okay. I thought they would tell you have to do it yourself and figure out the best type, but that works for me. Now I see why that hole at the very bottom is there. So if you fall, you like completely die. Like that's how they show you, like, hey, don't screw up. This has, oh man, what I was about to say, this game has Uncharted jumping, which is where technically you can jump after you leave the platform, which is something that you can definitely utilize in multiplayer. It's like, it's one of the strategies for multiplayer. Achievement Hunter, that's, yeah. I would say, I forgot the name of it too, but I would say that the gnome, I saw that one coming. I would say the gnome challenge, whatever it was called back in the day, is probably one of my greatest like gaming achievements because it's not simple. There was, I remember it was the countryside too, and it scared me. I definitely thought I failed that portion or failed that challenge because of that portion, because I thought for sure that it was over for me. For a second, I thought I set off a bomb, which is definitely what I was like, it's either, excuse me. I was like, that's either going to be a bomb or a really cool, like, surprise, here's a random little, a pretty light show that you can utilize. Nope. But, for the gnome, oh, no, the people are over here. Oh, there's two. We are but one now. Okay, well now the question. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, there's two. I did not realize that those were actually switches. I'm stupid. Okay, well. Okay. So we do that. Got it. Okay. All right, sorry about that. I had to figure out the first step of that puzzle, but now I got it. So the carrying the gnome thing, I would say, was definitely, whoops, there we are. It was definitely one of my greatest like actual gaming achievements, where it was like, I did this really over the top, utterly ridiculous challenge, and I actually managed to succeed. And I was happy about that when I did that one. So that always sticks out in my head as one of those challenges that I took on that was like, oh, you know, like everyone has those things. I personally, I'd say that that's definitely up there as one of the toughest. It has to be the second hardest one I ever ended up doing, possibly third. But yeah, that's kind of a so-so based on how the ending of that, the potentially second or third toughest challenge actually ended up going for me. But it's definitely up there because number one is Dead Space 2. Dead Space 2, the hardest difficulty is, if I'm not mistaken, it's Zealot mode. And you get 3 saves. Yep. So you get 3 saves for the entire game. Dead Space 2 is also not a short game. And you get, excuse me. Rude now, buddy. Gonna bring attention my way. Granted, I'm on the rooftop, so it might not make a difference. But, oh man, it made me lose my train of thought. Oh, Dead Space 2. So Dead Space 2, the final difficulty, those 3 save points are your checkpoints. So that's all you get in the whole game. And you have to decide, oh yeah, something's about to happen. His heart's beating a little bit. Some random person's gonna come out and see me and then start sending the swarms after me or something. Okay. I still feel like that's definitely gonna happen at some point in the game. It just makes perfect sense. No secrets? All right. So those 3 checkpoints were tough. And I'm stupid. There we go. So those 3 checkpoints, that was interesting for sure. Okay. So I feel like there must be a hat somewhere in here. No. Okay. So they just do that first. Easy enough. And then I'm gonna start failing here over and over again, because that's how that always works. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I waited till I was actually safe from them taking me down. But Dead Space 2, hardest difficulty, definitely an interesting challenge, and I loved it. I had a fantastic time with it. Scared the crap. That final chunk of the game was so tough and so scary, because I'm just like, poop. We're gonna hop over that poop. It was just so scary to be like, what's gonna happen? Much like now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Snap. Yeah, I'm moving way too much. There's no way I'm about to successfully do this, John. Thank goodness they're so lenient, because I'm totally failing at this. 100%. I think I have to... Got it. 1, 2, 8, 9. Okay. Jump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3. Up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yup. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh crap. 9. And what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh shit! Jinkies! Dang, the way they snatched him off the side was super effed up. That junk was just like, I'm not ready. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh crap. Yup. Got this one. Oh man. 9. Yup. Whew. This Court of Owls thing is interesting, that's for sure. Okay, I can't talk, Jen. 9. Okay, I think I can talk now. I actually have to count these. What is happening? Oh, I'm about to run anyway, because that dog's gonna go off. 8, 9. I love this imagery though. Thank goodness I didn't move. Is he about to let it? Oh shit! Shouldn't have moved. I guess I shouldn't have moved. That's on me. Jinkies.
Bruh. Ouch.
All right, that's my bad. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He was clearly about to take out the dude in front of me. And then I moved because I'm like, oh, am I supposed to run towards? Because I see the window up there. Like, obviously, we're not going to go through the whole thing. Oh, okay. So I guess I run. Duly noted, because I thought for sure with the way that looked, especially because it went around the dude and came back. I'm like, oh, it's got to be because I'm not doing my thing. All right, that's interesting. Hold on. And we're off. Okay. Woo! He's dead anyway. Game over. Game over. Oh crap. Oh, the dog wants me. Ooh! Oh snap. Dang. So Wolfenstein has a no save difficulty too. I would imagine that's pretty wild. Oh. Haha, I see. Whoop. I love the little motions that he has. Well, take the easy route, go all the way with it. Oh, hold on, where you at? It makes sense they'd have like a guard up there, so he can't, just jump off of wherever he is. There it is. Ah. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay, gotcha. Huh. Anything rent? Okay. Well. So somehow I need to be able to reach that. Got it. Okay. All right. Figured it out. Got it. All right. Easy peasy. I like it. So, aside from Dead Space 2, the gnome I'd say was possibly number 2. I'd give that number 2 because number 3 is actually Dead Space 3, and I just killed myself from a simple jump. Okay. Dead Space 3 has a similar thing for Dead Space 2 where it's the hardest difficulty, and the main difference is that oh wait, I need to do this. The main difference is that instead of it being 3 saves, you instead only get 1 life. So if you die, you have to start the entire game over. And I personally think that one's a lot more difficult than having the 3 saves as your checkpoint, but it's also extremely frustrating. Like, it's not just the challenge of it, but once again, the Dead Space games are not short games. And it's just one of those things where you're just like, man, this takes a long effing time. Okay. Oh wait, those are stairs. I don't know if that's gonna count for anything because of the, oh, I didn't even think of that. Okay. I was about to say, I know he didn't just die. Can you grab that box? No. Maybe yeah, I figured that wouldn't make a difference. 'Cause I'm like, they don't let you do that sort of thing in this game. Okay. Actually, you know what? Just so I can see what else is in here again as a double check. So we got that. That I think we're officially past that because there's nothing I can do with that. I can only control him if I am here. All right. I don't think that counts for much. Ah ha ha! That's also dangerous, but I guess it won't be that dangerous. I guess that's a nice. Okay, so you do have to double jump out of it. Okay. Neat. That's all. I like that. That was actually really cool. You can control the dead with the dead. And he's dead. It was like some dead kid just fell out of the sky. Yeah, we'll do that. Give me the most amount of time. Whoop. That that was much deeper than I thought. I thought the water was way closer than it actually was. Very cool, though. Love the reflections. I like the VHS down there. So Dead Space 3, just to get back to it now that I'm out of that puzzle. Dead Space 3 with the single life was a challenge right up until, because Dead Space 3 is also co-op. Dead Space 3 was a challenge, and I'd done some co-op, and also if your co-op partner died, if I'm not mistaken, you also lost, which really scared me during a portion, and I turned my game off so fast so it wouldn't autosave, and fortunately it did not. And I feel like the only reason it didn't register was because of the co-op thing, and I died, and I closed that game so fast. It's like, please don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. Because the amount of times I had to restart Dead Space 2, and the opening scene of Dead Space 2 is a couple of minutes long. It's not like, oh, yeah, okay, let me start the game. No big deal. That game is long. And the opening cutscene is the beginning of that very long journey. And just watching that cutscene feels like a very long journey when you're doing it more than once at least. The first time you watch it, or if you're playing through it or whatever, it's it's one of the greatest horror opening games, horror openings for a game, or anything really, considering what they do in that opening. That's one of the best horror openings for anything ever, I would say. But when you're watching it every like 20 or 30 minutes, because every time you die you have to start the whole game over, and you don't want to redo it. Oh, cool. You don't want to save super duper early, of course. It drives you insane. Like it's crazy. So that drove me nuts, and I'd say the same thing could be said for oh, okay, I was confused about that one. That's what I figured that was for. I like that where he's like looking at the water. It would be cool if it said actually follow the water as it went down. That would have been sick. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to see what was past this door, because yeah. Oh, I guess I was actually doing something there. Yeah, I didn't realize that. That's my bad. Okay, obviously. Oh, wait. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I'm obviously missing something. There's some thing. Because I just need to get right there. But they're also okay. It's very confusing because I feel like I'm not missing anything up here, so that's what makes it extra confusing for me. Unless he's gonna rip this super heavy door off of his hinges, and he won't grab either of those boxes. And it doesn't. Oh, I'm dumb. Something potentially. Oh, I'm just dumb. All I have to do is this. So stupid. It was like the easiest thing in the world. It was the chain was a misdirect. That's a good one. That's funny. Anyway, hopefully we'll get a little chunk of time here, and I can go through and I'll actually talk about Dead Space. So Dead Space 3, 1 life, you die, you start over. I was doing it, aside from that one crazy scare where I shut the game off super fast. I was doing it, made my way through, and it was tough. And then I got to the end of the game. Like, last real big chunk of the game, honestly. And I ended up getting a partner who had clearly done it already. So the end for Dead Space 2, when you beat the hardest difficulty, you unlock the foam finger, one of the greatest unlockable weapons in any game ever. It's just a foam finger, and Isaac goes bang, 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 and his alternate fire, he goes pew, 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 and it's a one-hit kill, and everything, it's like the ultimate force gun. Like, it's just like a telekinetic bullet every time you shoot. And I am so screwed here, I believe. Okay, never mind. And you shoot, and it's just like, boom, it blows away whatever you're pointing at. And because of the physics of the game, of course, it looks amazing. And you're just like blowing chunks off of things. And it's like, this is like just the coolest thing ever. Oh, wrong way. Nope. I actually have to rotate it for real. Made me lose my train of thought, freak me out. Okay. I have to like actually rotate this thing in the real way. So, went through, did that for Dead Space 2. Fantastic. Highly recommend looking up that weapon if you've never seen it before. It's one, like I said, it is genuinely one of the greatest unlockables in any game ever. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's Dead Space 2. Dead Space 3, same thing, except it becomes the new greatest unlockable for anything. What the F? Come on. Okay. There we go. Whoop, and I'm dead. Oof, very dead. His legs crunched. So, anyway, you get the same thing for Dead Space 3, except the foam finger this time, is even better, because instead of it just being like a foam finger, it's actually a rock foam finger. And when you do the reload animation, it goes, and like they actually do like this and they bob their heads, and it's the new coolest thing in the universe. So I had played with someone who clearly already did that. So he had that, and boy, oh boy, that makes it real easy to go through the hardest difficulty, to have your partner just lighten the joint up. And so that's what I did for the third game. And I was always like, technically I beat it on that difficulty, but it was very tainted, all things considered. So I always think about that. And I never went back to do it because I was just like, I didn't care enough, especially after I unlocked the gun. It was more for that than it was. Can we just do like a drop? Okay. Okay, there you go. I was about to say if he dies from that. But yeah, I had a lot of help in at the end of Dead Space 3, and it was like, it taints that victory. I made it fairly far, but that was a giant chunk of the end game. What the F is that? Oh, those are just dogs. Okay, no big deal. I get the feeling electricity is about to come into play with them doing that. I felt like that was a little bit of foreshadowing there. But we'll see what happens. I actually meant to jump off of that, so it'd be a little bit further. But yeah, Dead Space 3, I feel like that was a much harder challenge, because it was really the same thing, just ooh, dang. I was gonna try to pull a, like, you know, I was trying to pull like the pig maneuver and be like, ha, and hop over him, but he was not having that. Do it again. Oh, nope, he knows. Because I was just gonna wait and see, and it was like, oh, let's see what happens. Well, I was wondering about that. Oh wait, hold up. You got nothing on me, dog? Aha. Eat a dick, bro. I'm gonna go. I was almost there last time, so I know we're good this time. It's no big deal. It's got nothing on us. They might have me. Oh no, I'm at a gate. You got nothing on me, dogs. Eat a dick. Oh God. Okay, I'm like, is he even pulling? Oh. Nothing saves your life like a gate. Oh, nope. Should've let him walk all the way over. That's on me. What is that loud noise in the background? Ooh. Come on. Nope. Whoa, dang. Dang. I'm gonna take a drink of my Vernors here. Okay. And we go back. Yeah, and we pull one, and then we just hop back over. I mean, if Resident Evil taught me anything, it's that gates are like 100% impervious right until they're not. Resident Evil 4 definitely taught me that one. I mean, those dogs were effing locked inside of a gate. Oh, I was just about to say, like, I think we're still screwed. I felt like one of those dogs could have still kind of wiggled his way through if it really wanted to. Why would you do that? Okay.
Ouch.
Okay. Clearly, I thought that he would just touch the thing just a lot like that. You know what? Let's just can we jump? Okay. I'm like, might as well jump now to see what happens if he just ping pongs back and forth. Oh, excuse me. Oh, there's a person. Oh. Hold up. I mean, do I really even need to sneak that hard? All right. That's fine. Oh, that's cool. Whew. Those guys are probably gonna get murdered because of me. Exploring the depths. Much like James Cameron. Okay. Oh. Why would this even need to be a function? It's a cool function, don't get me wrong. It's pretty sick. Pew. I almost wish I could turn the light off just so I could get a picture of that. But I will take a good picture there. Yeah, this isn't showing me the pictures that I just took. It's showing me like my old superliminal stuff. And it just asked me like, do you want to see the pictures you took? And I was like, I sure do. Ah, it's fine. I'm sure they're safe somewhere. I certainly hope. Yeah, like if I could actually, okay. Like if I could actually get a shot of it while it's doing that, that would be sick. And hold on a second. Let me just try something really quick here. Because I think I can get rid of all this extra crap that's in my way that I find extremely annoying. Let's not do that. Boom, there we go. Yeah, still showing me the same old 4 pictures, but that's all right. That's all right. I think I actually got it on the red. Okay. That's something actually red in the background? Yes, it is. Also, I see where I'm supposed to go. Okay. Very cool. I love that it's technically still on. Nothing? Something's happening. Very cool. Oh, well, oh, hold on. No, here we go. Here we go. Well, there's no way that's it. Like, that's not the end for me. I wanna see some more. I've always liked the idea of underwater adventures. You know, exploring the depths of the sea. I mean, heck, I like simple stuff. Ah, it does do it. Okay, that's what I wanted to test. Might not make much of a difference here, but it might. Doesn't look like it did at all. It looked like a little... Look, oh my goodness, that just gave me a flashback. I don't know. I'm sure they still sell these. But what that just reminded me of when it like bounced right off the door there was those really old little... They're basically, they look like that. They're like just little plastic balls and they had like little rubber legs on them. And you would just, they were just like jumblers and they would just vibrate and you would pull the string and they would just shake around, but they had like a million little rubber stopper legs on them. And that just gave me like a crazy flashback. I remember my mom used to have one of those, or I guess it was mine. I guess I had one. She has like this really old thing that she still had from when I was a kid. It was like a little green massage ball with like a million little spikes on it. What in the world? Bink. And obviously there's something that I need to do. Okay. See, at first, and maybe I don't know. See, when he first came up, it seemed like it was automatic. So I just assumed I was going to end up jumping on that. I thought it was just going to automatically like put me back on this like separate plane, and then I would go up that slope. But now that is not the case. And I gotta figure out what in the world is the deal. Oh. I see now. Tiny human, big hole. Aha! So that wasn't a waste after all. How about that? Oh yeah, the photos from this I think would be nice. It's a definitely a good looking game. Simple, no UI, just the aesthetic. And I very much like this aesthetic. Even the world they decided to kind of make it where it's definitely sort of industrial style. Because like even that train, oh, that's fascinating. Even that train, like when we were in the tunnels and stuff, I was like, that looks like, I didn't say it, but in my head when I saw that train, I was like, that train reminds me of, it actually reminded me of the, oh, snap. Dang, he squashed. He got squished and he's dead now. I also didn't realize that would land me in the water, which is why I didn't do it that way. Oh, man. There's some good underwater games for sure. You're still gonna watch out when you do that sort of stuff. Okay. But I like the aesthetic of kind of the era that they chose to implement as well. Very revolutionary style. It's, well, War of the Worlds isn't the right term, but just that old school, you know, City of Tomorrow type, you know, stuff when it was like the 20s and the 50s, like this is what the future would be like. And then this is what all the dystopian future stuff would look like, where it was still that sort of tech, where it was like the trains look that way. And it looks like a bomb. What's this? Is this a bomb? What are you? There's a thingy on top. Oh, okay. Guess I should have held on to that. Well, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna assume that that's extra, because this seems like it's just gonna go really far. So we're gonna see what is here, and I just assume it's gonna be another one of those tubes. Cool. I feel like that's the only thing that really makes sense, because, well, classic, okay, very classic gaming. You go right to progress. However, I guess I was wrong. I mean, ooh, okay, that creeped me out for sure. That was a good one. That was a good one. I mean, now, of course, I still have to do all of that over again, because I want to see what's over there, because I guess that means now that is where the that is where, like, whatever the secret thing is gonna be. What happens if I try to do this? Okay, it doesn't work. Oh, I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna be so annoyed too. I bet it's either gonna be absolutely nothing, or at the very least, I hope it's one of the things, the little secret deals, whatever they are. But I gotta see now, because it's gonna drive me nuts if I don't go to the end, where it seemed like it was gonna go really far. So there must be something else. Well, now I'm confused, because I don't know. All right, I'll just ask you, because you played this. Should I if I go all the way to the right, is that gonna be the actual campaign? Which I realize there's such a delay, I might as well I have to test it either way. Or do I go back to the machine because I have to go deeper to find a secret thing? Because one of those two things is happening. I would assume that this, okay, it's literally nothing. Wow, they could have at least put a thing at the end of this. No, that was a way. There we go. All right, I had to figure that out though, because I'm like, it's, you know, it seemed like it goes so far. It has to be something. It's literally nothing. It's just there. Not even a pointless little, hey, you found number 2 out of 14 of the little disco ball looking deals. Just, excuse me, just nothing. Now he's just breathing heavy. Nothing to do. I hope I don't fall on this thing. All right. Moving on. I do love that though. That's pretty sick. Oh. Fascinating. Okay. not much. Okay. That seems like something I have to swim through. Which I believe he can make. Oh, hold up. And I lost it. Okay, so I'm gonna assume based on that, that is not what I'm supposed to do. Or the game's being really weird, which is, what is that? Called Silt? I feel like I've heard of that before. So maybe there's something up that I missed. Okay. So this is officially it. We can't go backwards. We have this button here. Which, unless we like shoot past it with, you know, with force, and that's what pushes the button. I guess I just pop down and do it myself. And then one of those creepy things is gonna come out and grab me. Nope. Okay, so something just opened up. Guess that's a no. Okay. I feel like we're just getting closer and closer to... I feel like I saw something there, but it's so dark. Oh, there we are. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think he was under the water before it actually registered, like, the sound, like this. Oh, he can't make this. He's toast. Oh, snap. There, yeah, he's dead. Game over. Okay, but we got a big door. Okay. So there's something. Oh, I'm dumb. As usual. I just have to put it over the thing and I just have to do it myself. I just have to, unfortunately, swim all the way back over. Because all I'm going to do is just pop the thing right over there and then we just go through ourselves. Which sucks. Well, I like that look. Hold on a second. Okie dokie. I wish I could actually get him. I mean, technically I can, but I'm gonna have like a really wide picture because whenever I do print screen, it captures both monitors. All right, let's see. Okay, they definitely got it because it just jumped a little bit. I really want a picture of him actually swimming, like cast in the light. And we drop. That's a great image too, actually. That's fantastic. Like, I can't do it twice. Ah, that sucks. Okay. Easy enough. It's like the one thing I hate about puzzles like that in games like these is that when you do it, it just feels like it's taking you a super long time to get through it. Okay. There we go. I'm like, there's no way that that's not the answer. What the deuce? See, my worry. I mean, heck, if it's underwater. Woo. Yep. Did exactly what I thought it was gonna do. Couldn't leave me alone, huh? Dang. That's effed up. Yeah, it's definitely my first time playing. I think this might be how I try to make my great escape. Oh, it's not. All right. Oh, that didn't do what I thought. What the F? Okay. Oh. I didn't see that. All right, I'm dumb. Third time's the charm against the crazy water monster demon mermaid. And it's over. You know, that actually means I probably could have done that. Because that made it seem like it didn't actually take 2 hits. It was like if I just did a full charge, it seemed like I would have just shot straight through that. So maybe I didn't actually have to do, you know, kind of lock it away. I don't know if I get a separate achievement. I don't actually think I've seen a single achievement pop up. So I don't know if that's a thing for this game. Aside from gathering the, you know, whatever the little bonus deals are. No. Oh, hold on. Fascinating. Because of course I would have assumed you go right to progress. But I was wrong. It's not always the case. I do like when you land after doing the hop. If you just kind of hold it, you just get the momentum right from the burst. I was like, do I just do this? Because it feels like what I should do. Because once again, that goes really far. So now I have to go backwards because I got to see what's the other way. So now I must know both. Whoops. Also, I hate when games do that to me. Oh. Well, I guess I'm not, we're not gonna find out both. Because I docked the thing. Of course I did. I wonder if it's even possible. Oh, dang. I don't, so why would I go that far back? Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna test this, even though it's it's actually a stupid idea to do this. But I'd actually like to test it just because I think that would be cool. Oh, nope. Well, there you go. It takes 2 hits. It does take 2. Okay. So fascinating. I wonder how long it took them to decide, like, hey, let's just do long flowing hair, basically, on a naked creature. Yeah, it literally took 2 like tiny bumps. You didn't even have, it didn't have to be serious. Excuse me. Ooh, excuse me. It was a cool way to have a little secret spot. I do like that. I love the sound design on that. Also like the tree, like this single little branch kind of breaking through. Simple enough. I figured that's what it was. Like once it was docked, I was like, the only secrets they have are these little things. So I knew that that's what it was, but I wanted to get it and at least kind of see the little bit of design. I like seeing that little branch sticking out the glass. It's a little bit extra of the world. That dot off in the distance. Very interesting choice, yes. All right. Off to the rest of the game. I love whatever this, I don't know if you guys can hear it. There's like a very low like boom in the background as if something, you know, whatever we're about to walk into is making a loud noise way off in the distance. Ugh. Something's definitely about to happen. There's way too big of a overarching area. I think you can definitely hear it now. It's like boom. It's like either something really big is hitting the ground or it's an actual like sonic boom sort of effect. No, nothing. All right. Ooh, magnets. Fascinating. Okay. Let's see what these numbers mean. We see the number 3 over there. Got some peoples. Makes sense, makes sense. And we can see the guy down there. So that was very intentional to have that camera angle show us all the people. So that's 4. I think there was someone on the ground downstairs. So that would be 5. And I think the other person was like hanging up or something. So I don't know if that would work for us. I was hoping that would work because I'm like, I really hope we don't have to stop just to pull it down again. It's much further down than I was anticipating. And I also didn't think both sides would open up. I thought it was gonna just be a wall. Okay, it's definitely gonna require more than just one kid by himself. So somewhere in here, clearly, there's some way to control them, which will probably be what we're headed towards next. Let's do this first. Okay. Actually, no. I was about to go down the ladder and then, like, I assume I'll be stuck if I end up doing that. Yeah. Well, nope, no. Okay, so I guess it doesn't matter either way. Creep me out. There it is. Sound like they were snoring. Straight up and boom, no problem. Basically do the classic thing where you come up as close as you possibly can to the edge so you don't have to hold your breath as long. For some odd reason, another crazy flashback that reminded me of oh god, what was that game? Secrets of Atlantis, like the video game based off of the Disney movie. Atlantis: The Lost Empire. I don't think Secrets of Atlantis was the name of the second movie, actually. So the Atlantis: The Lost Empire video game, PS1, they had a segment. It was towards the end of the game too, because you're on the island and you're playing as the princess. Well, I don't remember if she was actually the princess, but you're playing as her because I can't remember her name. And there's a swimming section, and I swear to God, that swimming section is literally the reason. Oh, thanks, guys. Chamo. That swimming section was literally the reason I never beat that game, because I couldn't. You guys can help each other too if you like. Oh, I see. But yeah, that was an interesting. Oh, they can't go any further. Okay. I was like, I don't know if I have to do something to not crush them. Turns out if you rotate it faster, he moves. He spins it really fast. If you just rotate it without trying to match it, he'll just do it. Okay, they don't really jump. Oh, that's not what I actually meant to do. Excuse me. Well, I guess I can just do this. Take us back down. But yeah, I don't know why that popped into my head for whatever reason. Oh yeah, there was definitely a game. That was it. Yes, Kita. That it was her. It was Kita. There's definitely a game for it was Disney. Of course, there's a game. There's a game for everything, even if they didn't really support that movie as a whole. There's definitely a game for it. And you played as both. You played as her, and you played as Milo, who's played by Michael J. Fox, by the way. I did not know that for a very long time. Or you know, I didn't really look into it when I was younger. Of course, I certainly wasn't like investing in voice actors and knowing people's names and stuff like that. You? Oh yeah, Michael J. Fox. Yeah. Oh, wait, what's happening now? Wait, hold up, just. Okay, well. I feel like I just screwed myself over with that one. And I don't think. Yeah, because I'm trying to get them, because I know that they're just walking towards it. So I'm trying to hold X just to see if they'll grab it, because I see them right there. It don't matter. Yeah, okay. We'll just pull it back, and then we'll just leave it. Because I'm not entirely sure. I would assume it's just there so that, I mean, obviously it's an open space. That's where the sand's coming from. For whatever reason, I need to put sand in it, because that will change the color of that light. Let's see. Okay, so I feel like you guys weren't really trying there. Thank you. So we'll see what's the other way, if there's anything, of course. But yeah, Atlantis, another Croc summer, another Cree summer. Oh yeah, I definitely I saw that as Croc because the lettering was so small. Cree summer, 800 trillion effing characters. Oh, but I always remember that I could not beat that game solely because of that swimming section. And I don't think that there was anything you could get. I think you just had to do it, unless there was something I always missed. That was always interesting. I was like, I went through that whole game, and I'm like, I always remember that. I was like, I'm at like the end of this game, because you know we made it to the island. Because you play as both of them, and I think Milo, or no, you play as the other team. That's what it is. You play as basically everyone except Milo because he didn't fight or anything. But everyone had their own skills. So like everyone, like the guy who always was blowing stuff up, like he would be the person you would use his guns, and like everybody had like their different skills and stuff. And then once you got to the island, that's when you switch to Kita. I mean, come on, we're just not doing anything. Come on now. Now, what if we were just like, hey, alley-oop, nice. Oh. Sorry. Sorry. I know the point of what I'm supposed to do here. I'm just gotta and right at the light. Booyah, science. Oh, I need help. Oh, no, I don't. I am the good. Just to see what else is over here. Okay, nothing as usual. Do. Carry me like your king. Yeah, okay. Well, it doesn't really work that way. So we need 19, 1, 2, 3, well, but 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Because there are only 3 people up top, if I'm not mistaken. Dude on the ground, 15. I think there's whoever else was in that room, 16, because at this point we can probably grab them now. And I'm sure some other random people, because I obviously wasn't expecting to see, you know, all of these people. So there are obviously people kind of hidden off in certain areas that I haven't seen yet. More for the calls. More for the calls. Okay, we're not just, this isn't a lift situation. See you guys on the flip. Interesting. Considering I know how this game ends, I'm so curious how it actually completely ends. Launch me. Get up. Oh, okay. Ah, I can't see it yet. All right. All right, so that's another dead body. I can just, you know, toss him over. No big deal. Boom, there we go. Catch me. Yeah, that's right. Okay, okay. So I'll go get the others. Move that other dead body. There's like 2 dead bodies in there. Think we're good to go. Man. Atlantis for PlayStation 1. I haven't thought of that in a long time. We have come a very long way in video games. And this is a game that has no dialogue. No actual faces. Everyone's faces are blank. Muy interesante. Where? Oh, where? Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. What did the... okay, guys, thank you. No, okay. All right. Why doesn't that count? I just realized how Pikmin-esque this is. Okay. Right, I know. Okay. Trying to think where I might have missed some people. It's only 11:39. Excuse me. Excuse me. No, I'd say that's covered. Went past everybody. Huh. Ah, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. A dare. That's a DUH test right there. A duh. And so it was showing me that because there was something to see. I am so stupid. And I imagine this is where the last three are gonna pop out at. All right, there's 1, 2. Oh, there's 3 right there. I just gotta get close enough. Okay. There we go. Never mind. It actually does way too much. Got it. Got it. Okay. Physics and puzzles and science. That way it goes a little higher. This big brain play video games. Alright, could have got you guys like 15 minutes ago, and that's on me for being an idiot, but here we go. Your hard hats and your tank tops, and let's roll. Now we can just all head on upstairs. All too easy. Except I made it more difficult. Nice portion though. And say realistically, the smart thing to do would be to keep the helmet the whole time. We'll see what happens next with this crazy machine or whatever is about to happen here that we're coming up against. But under calmer circumstances, I guess, be smart to keep the helmet. Okay. Let's go, people. Ah, man, come on now. Whoa. I knew it was gonna be something crazy. I knew, oh, the waves too? Oh, I love it. That's almost, it's not really there, but that's pretty neat. It's, you know, it's a nice proximity to the epicness that is the seismic charge of Star Wars. I love it though. Ah, oh, gotcha. You'd be so kind. Whoop. Now, how in the world do I do this? I mean, I guess just make a run for it. Nope, he's dead. Wow. Okay. Love the debris. It's so funny to me. Huh. Okay. He can't make it up the ladder. How do you do? Because that wouldn't be shaking if the sonic boom wasn't hitting it. But there's nothing for me to grab. Fantastic visuals on that though. Okay. This is a tricky one. I like it. Do I guess you just leave it. Ooh, wee. He's dead. Almost. So it would have saved me there. Okay. Ooh, okay. I'll just have to time that one and see how long it takes. Ooh. Come on. Oh, okay. That confused me. I didn't understand. I'm like, where is this thing going? Like, it didn't do anything. Boom. All right. Success. I'm just assuming things. Oh, hold up. I gotta see this. Awesome. Just gotta get a shot of this. That was a good one. That was a good one. Okay. I'm glad I got the one where the chair actually flew. Ooh. Love it. Okay. Wait. Uh-oh. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, that. That's not what I meant to do. Oh. Getting some like really good shots in this one. This is nice. Getting some actual color in here. Would love to have gotten a shot of that, but he would die. Ooh, I thought he was about to anyway. Yep. Okay. Almost seems really big. Ah. Nice. They were definitely getting a lot of colors back. Oh, okay. I'm like, I wasn't 100% sure if I actually needed both or not. Well. Easy peasy. Too bad I did those backwards from the beginning. I actually would have been good. Excuse me. Nope. All right. Oh. He won't go up. Oh, we're just underwater, but he's fine. He's fine. Like, the camera's underwater is what I mean. Okay. Oh, also okay. Thought you were stuck, dude. Piss off. I don't want to play. I'm not sure if we technically get more swing here. Okay. Not sure how physics-based we're getting with this one. Maybe too deep. Too deep. Yeah, a little too deep. I guess just, yeah, swim as far away as you can. Oh, hold on. Yay, freedom. Okay. So far, those are definitely the creepiest things in the game to me. It's the merkids. Definitely the merkids. Okie dokie, here we go. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. Oh God, Michael Phelps. What's that do? Oh no. Well. Oh, thank goodness. I'm like, well, I guess it's over. Okay. I'm very confused by this one. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Nope. I was gonna say, okay, I get it, but I don't. Oh, you let go? Well, that's your fault. He did that on his own. That's on him. That was his fault. So I think I'm supposed to dip my toes in the water so that it's like, oh, what's that? Let me check it out. And then it'll follow me over there. That way it's further away when I hit the button on the door. But that was definitely on him for doing that. Ooh. Aha! Success. I was real iffy on that because I'm like, that didn't seem like it was much further than the last time, but it only takes a little bit. I wonder how many times people have done that, like over the years, where a game clearly makes stuff like kind of fall and you always jump on the last one, even though it's not going to do anything. It will either fall or it won't. There's no actual control on your behalf. But we always do that extra little for safety, and it's like, it's not really up to us. It's either will or it will not. Nope, you know, I gotta reset that. I should have just gone for it because now it's just gonna be down there. Okay. I wanted to try to get him a little closer. I was like, it might be a little too risky, but I was like, we got to go for it. drop straight down. Open this bad boy up. Somehow survive something. Or not. I don't know. That was a long one. So... I mean, it only takes that little bit. We've seen it only takes a tiny bit to successfully pull it off. So we'll drop down, hit the button, shoot back up, lure the kid back this way, and then dive in. Woo. Gets real grabby at the end there. And oh, or you just do this. Duh. Okay. Okay. Spoopy. The underwater kids. That I knew. Oh, okay. I'm going to make an attempt. I mean, technically, the kid's gone. He's toast. All right. Do I do anything here? Is it, I think it's... Well, I know he's in now. But it's certainly not a game over. The underwater kid's saving me? And now we can breathe like the kids underwater. We've become one of them. What is that in the foreground here? Gross. And like half body is being eaten on. Well, that's a full body. Okay. All right. New portion. All right, like it almost looks like a mall, but crazy sort of old corporate building. Probably my favorite post-apocalyptic aesthetic is like corporate buildings or like modern buildings, you know, with the sea level rises, all that stuff. All sorts of corporate buildings and stuff submerged. Especially when it's like this. Like this has clearly been a super long time where it's been abandoned in this way. It's not like brand new, or it's not even like completely destroyed. That's gross. Completely destroyed or anything, where it's like complete ruins. Like obviously there's fish, but you can see it's still like the clean building. This would be, you know, poof, the water rose, and this is less than a year, you know. Oh yeah. Boop. Oh, just a light. All right. Yeah. Oh. I was just about to say there's something up there. Now we're the best of both worlds. Submerged stuff is always cool. I like Fallout. Honestly, I really like the classic aesthetic of like it's post-apocalyptic, but I don't like, well, like I said, I like the underwater stuff. Oh, I wasn't even thinking. I thought it was just a random light. But I like the post-apocalyptic stuff where everything is still being used. That I think is my favorite. Like I like the underwater stuff because it looks cool. But oh, that was too fast for me. Yo. Okay, now I know how to do that. But I like when things are still being utilized by the new generation. So it'll be all these buildings, but they have no power. The 100 was really good for that. I always enjoyed that a lot. I just enjoy that show. I think it's a nice show. Sometimes with the way it plays, with like how the light slightly curves inward, it's very scary. Okay. But the 100 does it nice. Like Horizon, I would say is too far gone. Like Horizon is basically just like, oh, there's some ruins over here. Like that's what buildings used to look like. Oh, you know, or like here's what 20% of a building used to look like. And it's like, you know, it's cool, but it's not like that game is so post-apocalyptic. It's not really on the same sort of scale of like, you know, Fallout and stuff, where Fallout is literally there are gangs taking over, you know, like old buildings and stuff. And I really like that aesthetic. You know, like Fallout, I think is definitely one of the most unique ones, just from a story perspective, not just the aesthetic, because, excuse me, so far at least, every Fallout game has had a character that I really thought I was supposed to swim from there. That's my bad for wasting that time. But every Fallout game has people that like, I'm not sure what the time is on Fallout 1 and 2, but like Fallout 3, I would assume 76 now that they've actually added people. Whoopsie. But Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and potentially Fallout 5, they always have characters that knew what the world used to be. I mean, heck, in Fallout 4, you actually play a character that lived in the regular world until things, you know, went a little crazy. So they always have people that are like, yeah, you know, back in the day, like this used to be a thing. And it wasn't that long ago. And I always found that so interesting just for the story perspective, because it's so fascinating to be like so close, like you're just right off the cusp of everything was fine. You know, like the oldest character, I think in Fallout 3, it was like the old people in that game were like, yeah, I remember when the bombs dropped, you know, stuff like that when they were kids. And I always found that to be some of the most entertaining stories because of the way it was handled. Very confused by this gravity stuff, but I think it's super cool. But I always thought that was nice. And like I said, the aesthetic for that I always enjoyed because they utilized those old buildings. So it wasn't, oh, I completely missed that. But okay. Nothing for me to grab. I don't think I missed anything from in here. But I would need something. But I don't. Oh, okay. I guess that was. Well, it can't be totally irrelevant because. Yeah, I'm like, because the thing was there. Like. Well, this is gonna pop off if I do it, so then I can take it. Well. Oh, okay. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Whoa, I didn't realize that was instantaneous. Jeez. Like, I did not realize it was gonna shoot out that way. Yeah. Okay. So Fallout 4, I think was very interesting. 4, I thought was fun. How is this gonna play out? Oh. Physics. Hello. So cool. So cool. Fallout 4, I enjoyed. It's not the best. I love the visually, it's the best one, not just because it's the last, but a big part of a big part of the joke with Fallout is that it, you know, the Fallout games, at least, you know, when Bethesda took over, 3 was green, and then New Vegas came out, and New Vegas is orangish brown because it's set in the, you know, set in the desert. And then when they made 4, it was like, holy crap, there's like actual color in this game. It's not, it doesn't have like, it's not Fallout 3 green or Fallout New Vegas orange brown. It's just the world. And I always remember that as being like the coolest thing ever because it looked so vibrant for a Fallout game. Like everything had different color. There were flowers and stuff. Like there were places that had full on color, because I guess with that one, you know, they hit that 70s aesthetic, or 70s. They hit that 50s aesthetic just way harder than they had before, and it just looks so good. Now is this gonna, okay. It should be fine. I thought I might need to, I do, okay. So I need to find a way to, let's see if this actually works. Dang, okay. So this is how we do this. Yep. And we're off. And that is gross and super cool at the same time. If I could actually hide him, that would be great, which I could probably do in editing. So I'm just gonna get a shot of him there. I always love when there's like foreground stuff that's just completely in shadow, or silhouette, I guess in this case. Gross. So let me get this. Hold on. I'm trying to get him in a position that I prefer. It's got like this weird, like, half thing going. That's good enough, I guess. Oh, really good. I don't think. Oh, the same comment. Oh, the color. So the color for Fallout 4, I think, is what really makes that one super special. It's just visually, it's so different, just because it's better. I love that just hit and was just like, and just exploded. I guess I shouldn't. Yeah. 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 Do it again. I'm gonna take out both of them this time. But I always liked the visuals of Fallout 4. It was so vibrant compared to the others. Everything had, you know, actual different color schemes to it, and it just made it feel nice. And I would assume Fallout 76 does the same thing. I mean, based on what I've seen, it's, you know, that same color scheme. It has that same impact on it as well, where there are actually colors. You know, it's the world is fine. The choices are minimal compared to what they were in the other games. And that's the most unfortunate part about it. It doesn't feel as much like Fallout, because your sarcastic choice isn't gonna lead to a different outcome compared to your nice choice. Okay. Nothing again. So let's see what happens. Fallout 5. Crap. Fallout 5 has officially been announced as the next game after Elder Scrolls 6. Who knows if that means anything, considering the fact that, you know, we don't even know. Oh, this is nice. We're in a totally separate room now. Oh, okay. Oh, I love that. Makes it blurry. Right, I was bringing the water in. Okay. Because everything's inverted. low can you go? Okay. Let's see if that actually means anything. Actually, can I just pick this up? No. Okay. If I can get like a box, something I missed, maybe. Maybe it wasn't nothing. Maybe one of those containers I can pick up. Oh, that's too big. Unless it's this one. Ah, it's not too big. It's empty. Wish I tried that. That's cool though. Because I wasn't thinking when I put it down. See the kids. There was also a baby that had the mask on too, which was super wild. That was when we were doing the thing where we had to like follow everyone else. I was wondering why that was there. I was like, you know, that's interesting. They just have like a bunch of bodies right there. It's like they're animated, and it was like this. I guess sure, technically it could be simple enough. But I'm like, I don't know, something about that. And there we go. Oh, it's all the way over. Okay. That's so cool to me. I love this area where it's just silent. I can hear the motorcycles outside. Granted, I could probably hear them even if this wasn't like the silent section. Hold on. Because I need to be able to get up. Ah, I'm stupid. I did it way too far. I should have. I'm supposed to do what I did last time, but with the container so that I can actually still get high enough. All right there. Okay. Because I can drop. Yeah. So I have to just put it all the way up to drop it. Boom, loud noise. All right there. And we've got it. Boop. That's really cool. I always like that idea too. Like you don't see it very often. I feel like you used to see it more in movies before, but like inverted water. Oh, these are mines. These are definitely mines. Or buoys. They could just be buoys. That's possible. Doesn't have to be death. But it's also this game, so it's like, it's probably death. There's a guy right there. There's a guy right there too. You know what I shouldn't do? Probably shouldn't do this. Surprise! Chloroform me super fast. Okay. That's so cool. The water's just above you, just there. Now, how do I do? Unless I already screwed up, which I doubt. I doubt that they would make it where you're permanently screwed. Just because you didn't know not to come out of the water early. So. Okay. I figured they were gone, but I'm like, I don't know. Ooh, that might bring some attention my way. I'm gonna head on out. You guys do what you're gonna do. I'm gonna be gone. I mean, I guess I need your help, so this is gross. You? Oh, try it. We're gonna try it again. Hey, yo. Oh, nope. Do a real throw. Thank you. Nope. Yeah. Okay. Well, there's just. Oh, whoops. Okay. What? No. Okay. Well. I feel like you went higher, going like being launched forward. So we'll try that. And it did nothing. Oh, okay. Okay. I feel like obviously there's something I'm missing. I don't think it's having them closer. Got it. Gotcha. Really enjoying this game. I'm really liking it. I think I definitely like this more than Limbo. And just for the sake of variety. I mean, not that Limbo doesn't have variety, but for one, even if it's a simpler color palette, it's not just black and white like Limbo is. So I appreciate that already. I like Limbo for that. Like, it was a very unique thing where it was black and white and stuff. But after a while, when you get through it, it's not as entertaining. And I feel like this one, it even, like I said, with it being... Gotcha. There we go. Thanks. You guys want to come with me? Let's fight the fight. Dr. Jan Itor. Oh, sorry, guys. Whoop, I just killed myself and all of us. I killed myself, I guess. Ooh-ah. Thanks, folks. Oddly deep pit. Hey. That's the opening of the game. Or not the opening, but that's the key art is like that shadow right there. That was the key art. There'd be no point in taking a picture. It would be the same thing. Although I do like this little classroom area. That I find very cool. I'm probably going to delete him when I actually... Because I want to edit that picture and just have it be the classroom. It looks like the art drawings that you get for like City of Tomorrow type stuff. Like very 50s style, because all of that looks two-dimensional because of the art on it. So the lights look 2D and flat, but a lot of that is actually three-dimensional. A lot of stuff you see in The Incredibles. Thanks. Okay, he can't turn around. Oh, that's gonna be gross. or it's gonna be fine. Okay, I need to grab that. It's just open? Oh, it's just open. Okay. Cool. Cool. All right. So interesting. It'd be interesting if that led nowhere. Okay, I'm like, I assume that that's like the main thing that I need to do. Which was oddly enough to come up to where they just were. Huh. Just for a secret that I cannot grab. Okay, that is not what I was expecting. I don't think I care enough to go through that whole thing just to grab that, but it was cool to be up there. Oh, you know what? I think we just walk to the glass. I think they all push up against it and we shatter the glass and hop down. Because I'm definitely not going to do that again just to have that little thing. No? Hey. Okay. I already forgot what was down here, which is hilarious and sad. But I guess this is the right way. The music is playing. Oh. Oh, yeah. No, come on. Bye. I think they'd be able to climb over each other. Oh, yeah. Oh, they look bolted. Something must have really just went wrong. Because like the cigarette being lit was one thing, but then like the phone just like being off the hook is like, oh, that's a little bit different. Ooh, oh, scared the crap out of me. Like, oh Jesus, oh God. He don't even care. He's like, nah, I'm out, man. Oh, they're all watching something. What are we watching? Oh, what the hell is this little asshole? Oh, okay. Everybody's here. I'm gonna. Yeah, it's a little too uncanny. All right, well, I'll see you guys, I guess. Oh, hold up. Oh, well, there was a ladder back there. I was wondering. Oh, I love that. Oh, and it's still okay. I wasn't expecting it to still roll. I like that. Why is he jumping? Okay. Hardcore parkour. Task this kid with the apple of Eden. I love the scientist that's up on the bridge that's just still. Hands at the ready. Hands on the side. Which is not at the ready. I thought I was supposed to land on the top of it, and I thought I totally killed myself. Oh. Oh, he's gonna jump in the water that they're all staring down at? That's a terrible idea. And he's effing up. Okay. They're really about to see something crazy now. Yeah, they see a kid and they're just like, okay. Whatever they were looking at must have been something important. I was just about to say, I think the plan is to get in before it, yep, there it is. Here we go. This is what you wanted, kid. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God. Oh, look at me. Unplugging stuff. Maybe. Can he do it? Can he got it, or what's the deal? Oh, I don't think he's got it. Okay. Oh, there it is. And so it begins. This is what you chose to do. Needed more power, I guess. Yeah, I'd run too. Except for this dude in the front. He's just like, oh, not like this. Not like this. That's what I thought. I'm like, I don't think I have to worry about buildings now. Gross. that's not what you want to see. That is not what you want to see. Welcome, welcome. Yes. Yes. Praise be the blob. The weird galloping is very fascinating. I love the weight they put into it, where you hit the wall hard enough to actually crumble it. It's just a bunch of different voices too. It's not like it's just one voice. No more supercomputers. Very gross. I like it. Also, I love that, like the sort of tripping when you go over certain stuff and it has to roll and it picks up different, it utilizes like the different legs. Certainly doesn't jump, but it can stretch and roll. Oh, you guys didn't hear that, huh? Oh yeah, check this out. Just need a picture of that. He gone. Also, a couple of my legs popped off there. It's like trying to get a spider. Like, like, almost got it. Nope. Okay, hold on. Oh, the leg's twitching. Stupid spider. Nope, we lost it. Just a bunch of voices are going, Huh. Is it actually coming back to me? Let's just, no. Do you want to come back? Is that what you're doing? Is it gonna come back? Hold up. Okay, I think they're just doing that for animation's sake, but that leg has moved really far. I kind of just want to see if, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, this is so okay. All right, I need some. We need some music for this or something, because clearly I can't do it on my own. Oh my goodness, it is. Hey, Doom did it. Doom did it. Get off me, dogs. Why is that like the perfect music? What? Oh, got it. Yeah, I forgot I put the full song on there. I like changed it up because I was like the short version was too short. I forgot I added the full song. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone's just watching like, whoa. Yeah. We just pulled the wall off. You wanna... Huh? Oh, you're helping me? Oh, they were... Yeah. Oh. Sorry, dude. Go for broke. Do your thing. Are you good? Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu. Okay. Gross. We're trying to burn it with fire. Whoop. Swish. Even though it didn't burn. That's cool that it rolls, but you can still hold it. Oh. A swish. Double swish. Technically, that'd be a triple swish. I'm very, very curious how in the world this is gonna end up going. Oh, hold up. I mean, are we killing ourselves? Like, what's happening here, man? This. Hot. Hey. Caught it. That's an alley-oop. Ooh, too fast. Oh! Yoink. No, not forward. Almost had it. Gotta go diagonal. Boop. Like, whoa, you see those b-ball skills? I don't know why they would say b-ball, but, you know, 1950s, I guess. Like, oh my god. They're taking it all the way down. Oh. That distracted me, like them running. I was like, what are they about to do? Oh. Everything is light for us now. We are the collective. The gooey gooey collective. Stretch. Stretch. Ooh, I'm seeing some grip. Come on. There we go. Huh. I wasn't expecting that. Are they not concerned? Because I'd be like, hold on, guys. Alright, well, okay. Huh. Yeah, this is a wild one. I also didn't realize that, I mean, we've been playing for 2 hours, so 2:49 it says. I've been playing most of that actual time. So I'm curious just how much longer. Oh, so close. Yo, nope. Yeah. No, okay. Can we do the thing? I don't know if it even has the thing on it. Hey, you guys take it. Help me. Yeah, teamwork, dreamwork. Hey, oi, what the fuck? I mean, I guess that makes sense, but hey, come on. Okay. Thank you. Dang. Come on. Okay. I'd say this is decent self-preservation at this point. As far as yeah, they're about to. It's over. Oh, they're all. Excuse me. They're all just in here watching. But this is definitely it, because we're gonna grab this, and then it's gonna a hole's gonna open up, and that's game over. And there it is. Oh, almost got it. It's like the old man with the dollar. Almost got it. Now they were doing some somewhat decent self-preservation there. Like the people standing were being dumb, but everyone that was actually running in fear, it was like, oh, okay. Like, oh, all right, I see you. I see you. Uh-oh. Oh boy. We found something. We're just yanking off panels. I don't think this is what they're gonna want. Oh, look at that. Sweet, sweet freedom. And we're out of here. And now we're free. As free as the grass grows and the wind blows. Ah. I just realized what that sounds like. It sounds like the people in Dead Space that are on the wall because they're still alive. Those are the only people that are still like consciously alive in Dead Space. And they're plastered to the wall. And they're just screaming their heads off because it's like, oh my God, I'm just a body plastered to a wall. And like they can see everything that's going on. And everything's just crazy for them. That's what this sounds like. As free as the blob rolls, yeah. That blob floats, yeah. Very true. The blobby boulder down the hill. I mean, we're a free blob. And that's freedom. Being pulled into a blob. Culminating in just a mush consciousness. Bits and pieces just warped together. And now he is truly inside. That really sucks. I mean, he was escaping the city, or at least attempting to, but yeah. Huh. Fun game though. Definitely enjoyed it. Glad to get through it finally. Been waiting to play this for however long it's been. But I like it. I mean, I certainly would have been more surprised if I didn't know that the blob was actually coming at the end. But at the same time, it's still just like, huh. You're like, I knew it was coming, but still wasn't sure how it was going to play out. Wasn't sure if it was going to end. Like, I assumed it would. Like, it was always like, you know, it's kind of the spoiler, like, it's the blob thing. You end up becoming a blob. But that's really it. It's over. Yes, I would love to know what the collectibles do, because I will not play this again. I'm not gonna lie, I will not. It's also interesting that I only got 2 of them, and I only saw 3 in the whole game, so there are like quite a few areas that I did not explore. But that's how collectibles work. You're like, how could there have been something I missed? And there's a lot. So I would love to know. I wouldn't be surprised if they separate you. Special, super duper, extra special ending. But yeah, definitely let me know, because that would be cool. From a boy to a blob. How about that? Second ending? Okay, you know what? How about this? I'm gonna go ahead and quit the game. And we'll just look up the second ending right now. Boom. I'll just search it up and we can just watch it together. Let's see. I'm gonna just type this up. Let's see, let's go 4K if we can. See what we can find. We're gonna do this. this. Oh. Ugh, 720p, really? Trying to get some settings that I actually like. So the 10 on the page. Okay, so I'm trying to so I think right now they're doing all the little, hold on, let me see. Okay, I do believe I have it. I think when I go full screen, you guys are gonna see. Yeah, hold on. To that. Okay. I don't know why the quality is so bad on these, but here we go. It's really weird how bad the quality is on this. Look at all that pixelation. I don't know if you guys can even actually get that. Wait, hold up. Huh. Wow. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna go back to this other one because I legit can't tell what all it's even showing.
Howdy folks, Merry Christmas. Hope you're all having a great day. And
Not
globe.
Granted, I'll take an explanation for this because I didn't even.
Just at the top there. That's where I need to be, and here's how you get there.
Here's how I watch YouTube.
The piston path. We're just going to call it cube.
Nope.
We activate the cube, hit the switch again, and then jump off the cube onto the sloped platform. Hitting the switch causes it to reset and go up to its original position, and that allows us to complete this secret. Once you pull the plug on all of the globes and you've unlocked all of the secrets, you can go back to that big-ass globe in the secret section of the research facility with your scoreboard progress on the board at the back there, indicating that you have unlocked every one of the secrets, and this globe now has an open hatch and you can go inside. Once inside, you can actually see what you're doing, but hold down control to grab and then move in any direction, and you'll unplug this one. All the lights on the board go off, except for the second one, and that indicates that you need to go back to the position of the second secret in the game, and that's all the way back in the cornfield. Do you remember in the cornfield, there was a trapdoor which led down to one of the secret globes, but there was also a hidden door. Well, it wasn't hidden, but it was locked. Well, that door is now unlockable, and behind that door is the secret ending. Here's the trapdoor. We're going to head down the ladder. To the left is where the second secret was, but to the right there's that door and this switch. Now we've unlocked all the secrets, we can actually move this switch, which wouldn't have been possible until this point, and you'll note that as we move the switch from position to position, it plays a different musical note each time. Now we have actually heard these musical notes before. Do you remember when we were back on the rooftops? Listen, pay attention. As we get down to the ore, there's a sequence of musical notes playing in the background, and those musical notes correspond to the positions of the leader in bunker or secret number 2 in the cornfield. And that's the trick, getting that final door open. Now, if you're anything like me, you're certainly not going to try to figure this one out for yourself, and you're just going to find the solution on the internet. And of course, that's exactly what I did. And for your benefit, I'm putting the sequence on screen for you right now. Just up ahead. Everybody ready? Well, first at least a tunnel, but secret ending just up ahead. Everybody ready for the big secret, the big revelation? You shouldn't be. Because the secret ending, well, it's every bit as ambiguous as the proper ending. And I know the proper ending left a lot of people scratching their heads and saying, well, what the hell just happened? I took the proper ending of the game to be, well, you spent the whole game inside and you finally made it outside, but at what cost? A lot of people went one step further and said, well, actually, what's happening is that you were never controlling the boy throughout the game. Instead, the blob was controlling the boy so that it could break free. I guess it's completely open to interpretation, as is this.
That's interesting.
The secret ending to inside. We're going to pull the plug, which cuts the power to the mind control device in the background, and as that dies, the boy slumps down to the ground, and you quite literally pull the plug on not just the game, but also yourself. So what is that all about? Was the boy being controlled this whole time? Well, your guess is as good as mine, but that is the secret ending to Inside. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you all have a Merry Christmas and a very safe and prosperous.
Wow. The mystery of mysteries. Everything inside. Okay. Might as well do this. Let's watch a theory. I will suffer.
It makes the Matrix look like a... Playdead's inside is a mindfuck.
I will suffer through normal speed. No, I won't. No, I won't. Here we go.
There's so much going on that it's hard to miss a few things along the way. Well, ladies and gents, we've spent the last few weeks digging deep into
Might as well hear a theory.
All theories. Folks, here's our take on what it all means. And yes, there will be spoilers. You've been warned. Inside, then, is basically a spiritual successor to Playdead's hugely successful Limbo, where you control an unnamed boy in a harsh and weary...
Heck, even the ending to Limbo was like, oh, he found his sister.
Inside is set in the same
Game over.
Playdead's debut title. Why, you ask? Well, first of all, those mind-controlling slugworms from the start of Inside, seen here agitating this pesky little swine, actually make an appearance in both titles, suggesting a link between worlds. The overriding theme of Inside is, yes, you guessed it, mind control. The game seems to suggest that these parasites, the one you pulled out the pig's ass earlier on, are the cause of this Orwellian world, both the collapse of its society and also being held at the centre of this facility. Yes, Inside is a game clearly revolving around experiments and mind control, but there's a lot more to it than just...
I'm just like...
Let's delve in a little further. First up, there's the fact that humans aren't alone. There are other living beings in this world too. For instance, they're long-haired 90s troll-like beings that live in the water. After we meet them, and subsequently get killed and resurrected by one, we see other beings tethered underwater, suggesting that these long-haired freaks are more rejects or perhaps experiments gone wrong, tossed into the depths of the facility to be forgotten about. Inside actually infers that you, the young boy, are just another experiment, like the aforementioned underwater feral offcuts or the soon-to-mentioned blob. Quite what we mean by that will become apparent as we continue with our theory. All the experiments in Inside are seemingly linked. The boy frees the blob. The boy becomes one with the blob. The boy wouldn't have been able to free the blob without being dragged underwater by the troll-like beings, though, you know, because he wouldn't have been able to breathe underwater long enough to get to it, to free it. Also, notice the umbilical-esque cord that resurrects the boy. It glows with the same light the mind control helmets have. That's no coincidence. All the mind control stuff is linked. It all seems to be an interconnected series of mind control events. And these events all come back to the blob. He sits at the centre of it all. The blob is the center of the whole game, and once you take control of it, Inside takes on a whole different tone. You break out of the holding chain
Very
and
true.
wreak havoc on the facility that gave birth to you. It's only in the sequence of events that it becomes clear.
Oh my god.
Part of the experiment.
Why didn't we think water was going to come out when he was pulling at it?
Just look at everything that's revealed to you once you become the blob. All the surgical rooms around it, the viewing gallery you end up being taunted and ridiculed in, the people helping you to progress along a specific route, a diorama that shows exactly how the game ends. Yes, the ending is foretold.
That's funny.
Diorama in the game. This is what those
That's
people
cool.
goading you on want to happen. They're testing the blob's intelligence. That's why there's a series of portal-like tests on your way to the outside world. In fact, that's why the whole game is like that. The people in this facility are just testing you all the way through, right from the get-go. This blob is controlling the boy, and the facility is manipulating the blob. You're just a pawn in this elaborate experiment. It's clear these experiments have gone on for years, and have evolved rather quickly. There's the husk phase, the troll phase, the blob phase, and finally, the boy phase, i.e. you. The boy, in our opinion, is the next step in the series of experiments. That's why you start in the woods, right? That's part of the experiment. The handlers let you go into a labyrinth of tests, a world full of danger, to test your intelligence and judge whether or not you're a worthy subject. Every time you die, they release a new boy, one that will hopefully prove worthy of passing the test they all face. It's a nice way of getting around the respawn mechanic. The boy isn't like these other automata, that much is clear. Those silent walking slaves are super strong. Balls that killed us don't kill them, yet we can swim and we can jump. The boy also
didn't do that either.
Insinuating that he's more aware of his surroundings.
Didn't do that either. Where the F was that at?
It also seems apparent that the blob is controlling...
What was I doing in this game? I was missing everything.
Free it and reenact that diorama, then you've succeeded. The experiment is a success. Or is it? That's where the alternate ending comes into play. The alternate ending can only be triggered if you've powered down all 14 of the special orbs hidden in hard-to-find places throughout the game. We surmise that these special orbs are
fascinating,
broadcasting whatever mind control frequency it is, controlling the young boy. Powering down the network of beacons effectively breaks the neural connection between the blob and the boy, and the further reaches of its range. In this alternate ending, the young boy can now enter a bunker found in a cornfield early on in the game. Inside this bunker, the player seemingly only has two choices: leave and let the experiment continue to once again repeat the cycle, or pull the plug out of the wall, severing power to a series of generators behind him, a move that returns the boy to a powered down state, like all the automatons we've seen thus far. Now, why would the blob want the boy to free the connection that powers him up? Well, that's simple: to break the cycle. After all, the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over again with the same results. The blob is clearly aware he's in an endless loop of misery, from being trapped in what is effectively a cage to being free for only an instant. Just repeat the cycle.
I don't think he wanted that to happen during that test, though.
And return control to the boy. When it comes to the boy, he's clearly more self-aware than the other husks in the game, and rather than become someone else's pawn in a series of experiments, he uses his free will to end the cycle, to end the madness. Why not escape when he has full control? Sometimes there is no escaping the inevitable, and rather than continue on in a doomed existence, he uses his free will to end his misery on his terms.
That's very interesting. An interesting theory. Also, I'm still curious now, where the F was that torch at where you fight against the dogs. So that's something. Okay. Is it 111? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to sleep early. I might play some Ninja Turtles. You know, I'm gonna play some Ninja Turtles. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, might as well do it on stream. If I'm about to play it anyway, might as well go ahead, enjoy ourselves a little bit longer. Pop up Steam. Some Shredder's Revenge. I have to do this. What's that? Turtles. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Have my full screen still recording. That would have been putting a bunch of stress on the thing.
Ninja Turtles. Shredder's Revenge. Let's kick some down.
I didn't end up playing any today either, so this will actually be the first time. There's got to be some way to skip that, where they stop doing that. Yeah, boy. I don't think I saw April there either.
Select your hero.
What the F? What just happened? I'm not gonna do that. Oh, okay.
Select your hero.
Who do we have? 4, 5, yeah.
This is April O'Neil.
April O'Neil. All right. We're gonna let some people join in. I guess we'll just start from the beginning, and we'll see how long we can take it with a full list. Mikey. Dang. The hardcore and rap there. But hasn't done work on literally anyone else. I assume that is a Raphael fan right there. And they're gone. Man. There we go. Left a little too soon. Bam, bam. Yes.
Mondo Notion, dude.
Just need.
Let's bust some crime.
Ah, man. Yes. Okay. We can just get like.
Well, what are we waiting for?
You gotta be Master Splinter, or you gotta get that out. Or Leo. I forgot Leo was there. Okay.
Turtles, let's get our shells and gear.
Let's rock. All right. That's fantastic. Special cards unlocked, but as you unlock special cards for pop right. Okay. Tell you what, team. We're just gonna rock it from the top.
Jaw-breaking news.
We're gonna go in, high flying, ninja action. Everybody is getting torn down here. Now we'll just play until the team leaves, and I really hope it doesn't glitch.
Any comments? Any comments?
Leo, for the love of God. Leonardo. How come my thing isn't triggering anymore? Leo, come on. Thanks, Leo. Whoa, hold on. Thanks, Leonardo. Oh. Well, we got 3. Yeah, I tested that from the beginning, but well. Adios. High flying kicks. Oof. Oh yeah, this is fun. Let me get 100. Yeah, got 100. Seriously, the kicks are just the best. I find it so weird that mine doesn't always do it like it's supposed to. Oh, what? So cool. There it is. Okay. And he's done.
Just a minute.
Any comments?
Okay. So I do wish that I just went straight to the menu to kick the person. That's on me. Maybe we'll get some more people to join in for level 2. Oh, no. Hopefully they didn't need to watch that. I don't think they did, because nobody, if it's new for every single, well, no, I guess it's my world, so I guess that doesn't really apply. Because I was gonna say, if the door opened up and somebody was there, then it would be someone else's, someone would be new, but that's not necessarily true because it's my world. Although obviously Casey's not new, so well, there's that. Casey, no. I don't want to live, but also I want that 6 people chaos. Now I'm just gonna take them both. I will never stop those kicks. It's too perfect. Wow.
What idiot dropped this on the floor?
Can you not get that guy?
Let's roll.
69. Sorry, I just feel like I'm just stealing all the moves, all the kills. I was, because he had 69 kills like for those last 2 segments. What the? The details are what make it magic. Whoops. I'd still fall into it. Oh. Dang. Gotta love that screen shake. I know that this team is the one that did. So they did Scott Pilgrim versus the World the game. Every time. That gets me every time when they hit me right as I'm saying that, and they just punch me straight in my face. Their last game was Streets of Rage 4. That was also them. Dang. Well. Got him. My horns. Banana. We're gonna go ahead and disconnect. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the start menu, and then I'm gonna let 6 people come in. Oh, you know what? Let's check out what was going on with the we found out here, son. Hey, there we are.
What a relief. These are private.
Thanks for finding my diaries. I hope you didn't read them. I am forever in your debt. I need to charge my thing. We're gonna go see what the deal is with the toads. Stole all of our glory. Let all this. Oh, they're the ones who needed the bugs. I was just gonna say, like, I feel like we got all of us. I didn't even get to read what the thing said. Thanks for finding our bugs. Bugs are pizzas to us. Slurp. Oh, you stole a freaking credit. Okie dokie. Alright, we're gonna go back.
Select your hero.
Party up. I'm gonna stick with April. So we'll let some people kind of funnel in. My hope is to get 6 people. And we're gonna start at level 1, and we'll just go until I don't know, maybe we drop down to 3, and then I'll probably end it. But I want to have like that 6-player co-op madness, which maybe, because I haven't tried arcade mode. You know what? For players craving a harder challenge, limited lives continues and no save progression. This is the classic arcade-like experience. Yes. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button.
Select your hero.
I think we'll just make a party.
This is April O'Neil, reporting live.
All right, so we'll see what happens here. Maybe we'll be able to get a bigger crowd of people to kind of funnel in. Definitely love this game though. This is super fun. I'm excited to see if they end up adding some DLC to this game, which of course I hope they do. I think they will at some point. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Like, of course, the big thing is always like, all right, you got a bunch of the hero. I mean, heck, they've made it where you have April, Splinter, and Casey, so that's none of those characters have ever been done before. As far as, you know, side-scrolling beat 'em up style, Turtles in Time. They even did a remake for Turtles in Time, which I always wish I played it, but people said it wasn't as good. But I never ended up buying it before it was too late because of all the. I'm pretty sure it was still Konami because Konami did the original. So, unfortunately, I don't believe that I'll ever be able to actually even play. I think I played the demo and then that was it. But I remember when they did, it was like Turtles in Time Reshelled is what it was called. Let's see. Wait, you know what? Might as well.
Crisis at Coney Island.
At the very least, we're diving in and we're. I'm already getting hit. Oh, what's my thing at?
Any comments?
Okay, that doesn't work in our arcade mode. Oh man.
Deep breath. Just a minute.
Any comments?
Well, let's see how this goes.
You don't be escaping from old man.
Deep breath.
Any comments?
Okay, so you can get one.
Any comments?
Deep breath.
Okay. Fascinating.
Any comments?
Oh crap.
Deep breath.
Any comments?
Deep breath.
Did he just go to the front of the screen? Because he did not go down one of the actual holes.
Any comments?
Deep breath.
Yeah, he just be on straight BS. They gave him just like all the invincibility frames.
Deep breath.
One hit, he kind of one hit.
Any comments? Any comments? Any comments?
Okay. Okay. Ba-da-ba-da-bam-bam, ba-da-bam.
Hey, come back here with that android tornado. A few screws.
Yeah, it's a lot of sequels coming out. Heck, they're remaking Last of Us 1, and people are. I mean, heck, people were annoyed with that from the very beginning. Like, the game. I mean, the game is 10 years old, which is crazy to think. But, yeah, a lot of people aren't looking forward to the Last of Us 1 remake, especially because a lot of people hate The Last of Us 2 right now, so. There's that. Ooh, chaos, baby.
Any comments?
Mousers. Oh man.
History. Just a minute. Here's our chance.
Ew.
Any comments?
This is bring the ultimate camera slam down. Just unnecessary beatings. They're so so high up at the top of the screen, I can't actually see anybody. Oh man. There's lots of good games coming out, I'd say, though. Granted, despite there being so many sequels and whatnot, I'm still looking forward to God of War. I think the game's going to be amazing because I love the last one. Oh, God of War I'm looking forward to. I know everyone loves, Elden Ring was the biggest new game. Oh, thought they hit that. Oh. Wow. Oh man. Man. Oh man. Oh my, come on, like we gotta drop the enemies in here somewhere. I don't think I'll ever get over the fact that they gave her like the high flying triple kick. There's no reason to destroy them like that.
Any comments?
I was like, you just activate all the effing specials and the whole team is just whooping up on a bunch of robots. And it's fun. Like, it's chaos in like the best way ever. Damn. Like, sometimes you just don't even know what the F you're hitting. Like, I have no reason to actually keep attacking this thing, but dang, I'll let it go into its animation. Man.
Delete the turtles. Don't worry, metalhead. I'll fix you.
Oh, okay. Not entirely certain how he actually got me there. Oh, okay. And the same idea. It's over. Woo. Oh, we got him. Dang. Whooped him up, whooped him up. I will always win the runner, the runner around move. I think we got some good stuff coming. I'm looking forward to, like I said, God of War. Alan Wake is not a sequel, or it's not a new IP at this point, but Alan Wake, Bayonetta and Alan Wake are the two things, and I would assume that 6-player chaos, baby.
I need to catch my breath.
Now we can move. Bayonetta's the one though. Oh, Splinter left. There we go. Whooping up on some Triceratons. Okay. Dang, got me. Ah, of course. Ooh. I can't get over this one. I can't get over this one. This game is so good. Granted, it's only day 2, but still, I can't get over this game. With all the glitching, it makes it extra bouncy.
Any comments? I hope you learned a lesson.
Why is he still alive? He should be dead.
Any comments?
Deep breath. Back up, Scuzz Bucket.
So cool. Can't even forget it. It don't matter. It don't matter. Just button mash and just kick back already dead bodies. Ah, man. I let myself get hit by that one. Also that. Ooh. Let's see what else is coming out. Oh, Alan Wake. Oh, halfway through. That should be fun. But yeah, Alan Wake, Bayonetta, and yeah, man. What else is coming out? I'm not even entirely certain what else is coming out right now that I can think of, at least. Oh, I'm pushing the wrong button. Pew.
Just a minute. Deep breath.
Here goes nothing.
All right, now let's try not to waste the power I was given. Damn. Pizza.
Are you okay? Any comments?
Deep breath.
Bayonetta, Alan Wake. I'm sure there's other stuff. I genuinely can't think of anything right now. Oh, he's not even over there. Did he like walk through the screen and come around the other side? Oh, goodness. There we go. Damn. If I can, nope. I was gonna say if I can get like one more charge in, Donnie, it's up to you, or we're all losing a life. We all lost a life. There are so many of them in this compared to... Ah, man. What? Okay. Sweet. I really don't know what else is coming out. Like, honestly, I was waiting for this to come out. Bayonetta 3, Alan Wake 2.
Wow, this lab is a technological marvel.
Oh, of course, I got hit already. All right, we got 6. Mikey, please, for the love of God.
Deep breath.
I'm out. I love that with Donnie's thing, it looked like he was actually looking back.
Any comments?
Looking back at Mikey. I thought the other person had to hit the thing to do that. Well, okay, here we go. Look at the booty. All right, and, oh, Splinter, come on now. We come on, please. Woo. No. They already a lot. Who do we lose? Mikey.
Any comments?
Huh. Ah. That's good to know that we can actually destroy that thing. That's actually really cool.
Any comments? Let's go.
Oh, crap.
Any comments?
Nice.
Let's go.
Ah, I forgot.
Any comments?
I lost somebody else. This guy's attached to me. Okay, never mind. Ah, man. Oh yeah, always hope for the best games. Hey, got a one up. Dang. Can't stand those little things. Those in the flying are without a doubt the worst enemies to deal with. Aw, I thought it would have been over. Ran too early. Dang. Woo. Heck, if we don't get any insanely epic stuff anytime soon, we got turtles. The turtles are here to make sure everything is fine. Although, I just remembered something else that I am interested in. Redfall from Bethesda actually looks good. I saw that at the Xbox Showcase conference, or Showcase. I did enjoy that for sure. I thought that was actually pretty sweet. It looked like it's actually a really in-depth version of like Left 4 Dead, and of course it's vampires instead of zombies. And it actually looked pretty cool to me, and I was like, okay, this has me way more excited now because it wasn't just like, oh, it's cool gameplay. It seemed like it might actually have almost an open world a little bit. So, I don't know, that should be fun. So I'm looking forward to that. Ah, crap, I forgot about that. I wish you could control her better while she did that. But I guess technically, yeah, everyone else's is that. Like, she has the only one that's even mobile at all. 3 lives. If we can all like jump and get him, we could probably get him before he goes into the shield. Never mind. Had to be mine. And he's gone. Defeated. Yeah, Redfall looks good. There's a bunch of stuff coming to Game Pass soon. Most enemies defeated. Wow, by a decent margin too. But yeah, there's a lot coming out for Game Pass. I just remember not being interested in like anything during the Xbox Showcase. I was like, the Xbox Showcase kind of bored me. I was like, there's like, because I couldn't possibly care less about Starfield. Starfield is just like
The old dome has seen better
with
days.
oh god, what was Elden Ring actually? When Elden Ring was coming out, I was like, I don't care. I have no interest in that game, and it seems cool, but well, like I thought it was like there's no music or anything.
Just a minute.
Master Splinter. Do I have my thing? Seems like we might be losing Master Splinter here. That's about as fast as you can do it. Oh, that's right. All that time. No. Yeah, we're gonna have to really work to take these guys out. If they can trigger it, yep. Man, you cannot stop these guys. Which makes sense. They're basically big mountains coming in. I could see like the glitching because I saw him run past Casey like 3 times just now.
Any comments?
Whoop. Got him.
Any comments?
Yeah, I think honestly, as far as conferences went, maybe I think PlayStation was the only one that entertained me. It was like PlayStation was really cool, and the Capcom showcase itself was all right. The only thing I cared about there was that they showed like more about Resident Evil, and they talked about the DLC, and that was actually great. So those are like the only 2 that have really done much for me. And honestly, Capcom only had Resident Evil for me because they didn't show enough. Actually, I don't think they showed anything new when it came to Street Fighter, because I'm actually really looking forward to Street Fighter. Woo. Woo. So yeah,
Any comments?
I don't feel like we got much so far, at least. Cool. Ah, man. Dang, I missed. Ooh. Did all that without even touching the pizza.
Shall be done.
Just a minute.
Any comments?
Let's just beat him. goodness. Alright, come on.
Any comments?
Wow, we took so much health off of that guy. I stumped him. I'm like, dude, you dead. Like, it's over. Like, it's over for you. Like, give it up. That works for me. I do wish they gave you a little more range on the strong swing, because I definitely feel like I'll be super close. But oh, come on. Kind of like how that was close enough to hit me, which I totally didn't expect. I should have waited. At least I landed it on the first jump that time. Ooh. It's almost hard to like know what in the world I should actually do, because I know we're glitching so much. I can't tell when to like get out of the way so they can see what's going on.
Intruder alert.
Ah. No. Ooh.
Any comments?
Oh man, I did not think that was gonna reach.
Breaking news.
Ooh, crap. I hate that he becomes completely invincible. Like, it would be cool if you could at least do like a little bit of damage, like if it was like almost chip damage or something. Dang, sucked me square in my face. Ah, I didn't think that would reach. Nope. I swear people don't ever realize that. Yeah. I just keep walking right into him. I think we canceled each other out with that and just screwed ourselves over a little bit.
Not working the way I planned.
A little too late.
Any comments?
Come on, dang. Ew. He gone.
Any comments?
Bing, 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 bing.
Let's crash Shredder's party, amigos. A lost arch enemy.
It'd be cool if they added Usagi in this. I highly doubt that'll happen, but that would be sick. Uh-oh. I don't know how I was dodging that stuff last night while I was high. Because there are some parts where I was like, it literally just seems like there's like 5 of them coming in. And I just seem to not take any damage.
Any comments?
Let's rock. Ew, he gone.
Go.
Man, I knew they were gonna get me.
Let's roll.
Perfect timing.
Oh, Come at me. Got him. Hey, that's me.
Just a minute.
Activate more enemies. Dang.
I hope you learned a lesson.
Woo. Man, I'm telling you, that high kick is the sickest. Pew. Somehow I managed to avoid that last night. There was a part of me that was like, do you not get set on fire from that? Because there was a part where I thought for sure I should have been burnt by that lava. I don't think that's what either of us actually meant to do just now. Oh. Off to another dimension with you.
Just a minute.
Any comments?
Huh? Not entirely sure if. Ooh, we're just gonna do this. Wow.
Just a minute.
Heh.
Ball spin.
Woo. Yeah, I couldn't tell where that guy was actually gonna be at all. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm like, am I killing this dude? Is he just vanishing? Like, what's just happening?
All right. I love being a turtle.
Mikey. Oh, I could just come in whipping out the magic. Hey. Dang, screwed that up.
Whoa, Mondo combo, dude.
Sweet.
I'm gonna trash you, mutants.
Twisted Turtle from Dimension X. Ooh. Oh, I totally did the wrong move. Okay.
Any comments?
So cool. It's just like pure chaos, but it's just done in like the best way ever. It's so fun.
Now, let's get down to business.
Crazy.
Outworld Strangers.
Okay. I can't be screwing around here. We're coming up on the end game now.
Let's roll.
Come on. Ah. Woo.
Any comments?
Party favors for every foot.
Wow. That was actually good timing. Oh, I forgot that those spikes were right there.
I hope you get that.
Just a minute.
Any comments?
Like, the sheer chaos of this is utterly amazing. Stupid little bugs. The turtles. Oh yeah, this is... It's like the perfect way to have a bunch of people. And plus, I'm curious what it would look like with the screen shake off, because anyone who would be disoriented by it could easily just turn that off. And then I feel like you'd be able to see just about everything you need to see. Ah, I forgot about that. Like, it's just the flurry of chaos. Uh-oh. I'm surprised. And then, boom, you do one epic special and you're basically at a 50-hit combo. That. Oh, it still got me. That. Friends knock enemies into you, you knock enemies into friends. There's nothing here but chaos and fun.
I need to catch my breath. Any comments? Any comments?
Amazing. Like, The Last of Us 2? Oh. Surprised. I didn't think that would make anybody dizzy. But it does have that pseudo shaky cam deal going. Very fluid movements. I should have done my thing. Invincible! Potatoes.
Any comments?
I wonder if that... I didn't think so. I was just about to say, like, I wonder if that'll count for me.
Any comments?
Darn it.
Here's a real showstopper.
Oh. Eh.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Okay.
Any comments?
Need him to just get back on his body and make it simple for me. I was just about to say, like, that's when we really need to do it, is when he's together.
Have my support.
Bang. That man kicks.
Any comments?
I think we're doing the height section. Oh, the flying stuff in this.
Just a minute.
We can just get like a little bit out. Yeah, I'm like, we can just get a little bit out of them before we all get wiped out. We'll be good.
You fell for my diversion. I have a surprise for you.
And then Shredder came in to just wreck house. Shredder, ready for revenge. Dang, and I'm out. Forgot about that part.
Any comments? Any comments? Any comments? Are you okay?
Well, oh man. I gotta try to. Ah, he would jump.
Any comments?
Hey, we can get the right one. We're good. We got him. Nice. What a shock. Most time running. And Raph just came in at the end. Like, haha, check it out. We beat Shredder.
You haven't seen the last of me.
And we got Splinter, hopefully actually coming in. Because as far as I'm concerned, we're actually taking this to the end based on how everything's been playing out. And we only got like 2 levels to go. So, we're doing it.
Fellas, I don't like the look of this.
That's your tyranny.
Hang on, Lady Liberty. We'll
Liberty no more. Ah, man. Dang. Woo. Mine doesn't reach as far. Well, I was like, man, I really hope that hits after or during my invincibility frames. Oh yeah. And he's gone. I feel like Casey has not been whipping out his special. Woo. Yeah, this is extra wild. That's perfect. It's just like, it's so ridiculous and over the top, but it's so perfect though. And the final level is just 2 boss fights. Oh, how did I miss that last night? We're in New York. It's Big Apple, 3 a.m. because it's 3 a.m. right now. Oh, I missed that last night. That is so good. Ah, that's effing genius. I didn't even realize it. And I have 3 live 3s. It has begun. Come on.
Stay tuned.
Okay. When are you? Oh, of course. Okay, I think I have a much better understanding And then once he does that, he's down for the count. Then we, yep, that's when we roll in and beat him. And then hope you can charge up in the middle. 2, 3, dang. Okay, he is impervious. Dang. Ah.
Give me a break. You have my support.
Come on. Oh, dang. Oh, I was trying to take his place to help. Oh, nope, still too close to the edge. I feel like that's so random. It's like, you just better hope you're in the right spot. He might dash into you. He might not, though. Oh, yes. A much better shredder beating than last night. Because we didn't know what we were doing. Dang. I think that took me down too. Yep. And we still got most of our lives, so we got him. Nope. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Mikey. Oh, come on. It's over. Nice. And I was alive. I actually had to be a part of it. That's much nicer than last night, where it was just, what was that, Leonardo, I think, just out in the corner, like, just dead, like, damn, look at them succeeding. And look at me back here. Michelangelo, most damage taken. Classic couch memories and master of 1/4. Well, yeah, I guess we just beat arcade mode without getting a game over. So we got the master of 1/4. Didn't play through the whole thing, but we did play. Actually, we joined in fairly late, but hey, I don't mind. I'm not really in it for the achievements and stuff. I was just playing to play. Hey, the news never sleeps for April O'Neil, but tonight, with New York safe again, she can take a break. Cool. Extra ending bit. Tonight's the night for a party. Fran's family pizza forever. I wonder if you only get those endings in arcade mode, because I certainly don't remember what we got before. So I don't really remember getting anything specific. I was also dead. Maybe it didn't count, but I don't really remember what we got with Leo. But either way, didn't really plan on ending things with Ninja Turtles, but that's how we're gonna end things tonight. So we had Inside, we had some more Ninja Turtles, absolutely immaculate. Thanks for joining me for this one. Who the F knows? Honestly, I hope I stream soon. Like I want to get back into streaming, but who knows? Next game though will most likely be Carry On, because I want to kind of get into picking like a lot of the indie games I have on my backlog, and then like every stream we try to just shoot through a game. That's my plan. My new goal is to like start shooting through that, and once I actually feel like we're gonna get a steady schedule, I'll start getting back into my photography stuff, which I might start doing as like the opening to all the streams. I'm not 100% sure, because some days I just want to do that, as like the full stream and kind of be like a almost like a just chatting stream. But we'll see how everything plays out. Honestly, like things are just so crazy right now. It took me forever just to have like the 2 days in a row to actually stream. So we'll see what ends up happening. But as of now, more TMNT is fantastic. I don't know if I'm gonna play some more after this. It's only 2:30, but I don't know if I'm gonna end up playing more by myself or what I'm actually gonna end up doing. But either way, I think we had a decent stream tonight. Oh, I think we can do that. Love the music. Ninja power. Oh, I forgot about that. What was that? 11,195 points. All I did was Oh, so 2 to 3 players. 4 to 6 players. Cool. 2,960 CLs. Okay.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
One of those names was a T-Rex. So I just spit all of my stuff. A T-Rex fighting a jet. It was one of the things just now. We're gonna do this real quick. Turn that music down. There we are. So thank you guys for joining me for the chat. I still really love this game. I do hope they add some DLC. That would just be amazing to see that happen. But even if not, this is definitely this is the new Turtles in Time. Like it definitely takes Turtles in Time and just does it better. And it does the 6 players so well. Like it's crazy to think how well they managed to do the additional the more characters you have. You of course throw more enemies, make them a bit more aggressive, more health for the enemies. I mean, and then even when it is a little too chaotic, it's just so much fun that it's like you don't actually care if you're the one hitting the person. You're like, you're in there somewhere. You're probably just hitting a dead body for the 8th time as you're doing some amazing combo, and you're in the flurry somewhere. But it's always a flurry of just like even if you don't know what you're doing, it's so cool. It's just other people doing cool stuff anyway, and it's like it doesn't really matter. I'm just at this point I'm just doing the epic button mashing, and then of course as you go through, that's when it's like crazy. But everybody can get their part. It's like there's always elements or areas big enough for every single person to just be like, let me hit here, I can get this person, you get that person, and that's it. So love this game. It's so good. Inside was also very fun. I also just realized the Shredder's Ring is another an amazing anime. I love this one. I think it's highly underrated, and I wore this because we were playing Inside. I figured it was a horror. I knew it was like creepy, it's like Limbo. It's like it's creepy, it's not really horror, but it was like, oh, it's creepy and weird and stuff. And I was like, I'm gonna wear my shirt for another, which I actually bought straight from Crunchyroll themselves years ago. This was a long time ago when I bought this shirt. That was back when it was like, oh, they sell shirts. That's how long ago it was. I'm sure now they sell all sorts of merch, but back then it was like, oh wow, you can buy a shirt off of Crunchyroll. So I always remember this is where I got my shirt from. It's just like the classic, just printed right on there too. But it's good. I've had this for years. It hasn't seemed to crack. So I don't know. Check out another if you like horror stuff. It's fantastic. I love the anime. It's a short one too, so I always highly recommend it. But had fun with both games. Probably, but it's hard not to have more fun with Ninja Turtles, especially with it being in like one of the top 5 franchises of my life. But I'm glad I finally went through Inside. I'm definitely happy I did that. But all in all, thanks for joining me. Like I said, I don't know when I'll stream next, but hopefully soon. And my plan is to make it Carry On, because that's another game that I wanted to play for a super long time. And I actually paid for that one on the Epic Game Store for like $10, or it's probably like $5. But that was before they got smart, because now when they do the Epic Game Store code coupons, it's for like 10% off or 15% off. It used to just be like anything that's above $15. You get a $10 off coupon for, and you got that coupon just for downloading whatever the free game of the week was. So I would download a free game anyway, and it's like, here's a $10 off coupon, and I would just see what games I wanted that were $15. I'd be like, oh man, I can spend $5, and that's how I actually bought, like, I think my first 2 games was Narita Boy, and I basically got it for $5, and Carry On, I did the same thing. I may have actually paid 10 for that one. But I definitely want to play that. I definitely want to play it before Epic is just like, hey, what if we made Carry On free? And then I'd be super pissed. Like, why did I spend that $10? So I have to play it before it becomes free to me. And I've wanted to play it for a long time anyway. So that's probably going to end up being the next game. I want to do Star Wars Bounty Hunter soon. That's another game that I've saved for years. I was going to do a video for it, never did it. It's going to be in the stream. So, and that one is probably going to take more than one night, but we're going to do Carry On first. And that might take more than one night too. I actually don't know how long that one is, but we're going to do, most likely it'll be Carry On for the very next game. And then we'll see what happens there. But thanks for joining me for this. If you guys have any comments, please put them down in the comment section below. The music is going to be kind of mixing in, so I'm probably just going to turn it all the way down so you guys can just have that. Actually, I could probably still do it and it's still louder with my outro. But thanks for joining, everybody. I'll see you all later.
Ouch!
I just realized I need a fart sound effect.